井戸底におるあの忍び。
狼やこれいや今三つ足
足の原因参る。破れられぬ。
その2。
さ
何手に入れ
お前さ
鬼は行分正隆なり。鬼の首まだ落ちておらぬぞ。 おぬこねどしょこれはおうし静まったようじゃな。賊めまだ生きておる。
ありが
り間に合おう
この忍び。
狼よ、我が血と共に生きてくれ。
龍院の力か。ならばいい旅でも。
井戸底におるあの忍び。
狼キス、いやこれさそいや今いしまみあほ
足に原因しろ。参る。
5その
お前そうさし
何故手に入れ
かしこそお前さは行分正隆なり。それでは死ぬ。パッパー。 ど底におるあの忍び。
おい。
狼傷を。いやこれ。そ。いや今。三つ。あそう。
足などに参る。
井戸底におるあの忍び。
行くぞ。
狼傷。いやこれ。いや今。三つ。あそう。
私の源一郎参る。
破れられぬ。はっ。
忍びとてこの程度か。巫女はもらっていくぞ。
これは。
目覚めたようじゃな。どうやらまだ死の定めではないと見える。 井戸底におるあの忍び。
おい
狼キス、いやこれそいや今いしまみあそほ
探せ。
おい
足なけに参る。
町主ごくその
さ
何
だしかば
手に入れた。
しかしこそお前は行分正隆なり。鬼の首、まだ落ちておらぬぞ。
どしょうゆこれはおう
極かし
ありがそうじゃ。
再びまみえようと。 井戸底におるあの忍び。
おい。
狼キス、いやこれいや今みあそ
足なけに参る。井戸底におるあの忍び。
行くぞ。
狼キス、いやこれいや今みあそ
おい。
足なけに参る。
その
お前そさ
何手に
にしかしこそいいだお前さ
参る。
忍びよ再び間に合えよう。この忍び
Hey, Damon. Nice to see you, dude. Not great to be honest, but also okay. Had another 6 hours sleep, and then didn't sleep anymore, even though I was still in bed for a couple of hours afterwards. I'm starting to wonder if I'm changing in my old age, dude. Maybe I need less sleep these days, I don't know. I don't know what it is. 2 nights in a row. Let's see how long it lasts, right? I'm also realizing that I don't think I care enough about this run to actually get it. Because even with no yeah, I know, right? Even with no conversation, I'm just not focusing enough. It's like it doesn't mean enough to me. It's almost like I'm done with it. Like, I know I can do it, and I could have got it like a couple of weeks ago or whatever, like if it had just gone slightly differently. And putting it together, at least at the moment, it's like I'm not getting any better now. I'm not improving, therefore the process is sort of done. And now I'm just making stupid mistakes more often because I'm not focusing, because it doesn't matter enough to me, sort of thing, and then I'm just losing the enjoyment for it gradually. So it's cool that you're here actually, because I was just looking at Frostpunk. I think I might get it, and maybe tomorrow you might see me streaming something different from Sekiro. Namely Frostpunk. Generally I hate games with loads of DLC and Game of the Year editions that cost more and season passes and stuff like that, just because I don't agree with that format at all. But I was just looking at the reviews of the DLC, and they look like the DLCs just get worse. So I might just get the base game. What do you reckon? I guess you've played it. Yeah, I mean, I could try another hitless run, but I'm just questioning the whole enterprise, you know? Because I know deep down, you know what matters to me by now. You know my values and my principles. And you know hitless running doesn't matter to me. And I know deep down that it's just a distraction, right? Challenge running these games is like a deep dive into the escapism that they provide. DLCs are okay if you like the base game, you might get them too, yeah. Well, I can get the base game for like a couple of quid. Or the Game of the Year edition for like 6 or 7 quid. So it's quite a lot more. I know it's all not much money, but it's like 200% extra cost to get the Game of the Year edition. But the other problem is that that's out of stock on the site that I was going to get it at. It is on offer on Steam, but it's still cheaper on CD keys. So I thought maybe just get the base game, because if the base game's the best and the DLC is okay, I can't imagine needing more than the base game, right? So yeah, so it's basically the same there. It's like £2.30 or £2.40 or something. £2.30, I think, yeah. Which should equate to about €270, yeah. So yeah, I might set that up for tomorrow. I think that would be cool. Have a change, because you kept recommending it when I'm talking about society, right? So I'm guessing the game is kind of, at least in some way, relates to that stuff. And then if it does, then that is some stream content that's more related to actually what I want to be doing. And it's a game. So it's kind of like I was thinking that might be a nice little segue into the stream developing content that's more appropriate for the stream's ultimate purpose, or for the community's ultimate purpose, if you see what I mean. You know, yesterday I spent 2 hours fighting this guy in one fight because I put the practice tool on. So neither of us could take damage. and I afterwards I realised that I'd been fighting him for 2 hours straight. You should have seen the arena, it was just covered in blood. And we both were as well. It's actually kind of fun. And because of that, I sort of knew as soon as I got to Junichiro this morning that I would immediately get hit by him, and I did. After 2 hours practice yesterday. It's a strategy building in society where you decide the path we take without spoiling much. You can decide with, yeah, okay. People will kick your ass if they don't like your methods. I mean, it sounds a little bit like Civilization in a way, and I did enjoy that back in the day, you know. I just haven't played games like that for a long time, so... Okay. I mean, it's got good reviews, and if I just get the base game for like £2.30, like, it's what, the price of a coffee, so... Sekiro keeps you going with Hitless. Yeah, true. I suppose actually these days it's no longer the price of a coffee, right? It's probably about half of a coffee. Or the price of water in a bottle. I never buy anything in airports because I know it's just going to be stupidly expensive, so I don't even know what the prices are. Not that I'm in airports very often. I guess the last time was around this time last year, no, 10 months ago when I went to Canada. Did I tell you about that? Probably not. My last ditch attempt at running away from my responsibility, I suppose. With a vague idea of travelling the world and meeting people and writing a book to change the world while I was doing that, or something. So yeah, I went to Canada like as an open-ended travelling trip. And I lasted a week before coming back. How dare I run away from my responsibility? And I'm here now, I'm trying now, okay? So at least that's something. He says as he's fighting Junichiro for the God knows how many it's time in a row. Yeah, well, like I say, I was planning to be travelling for an open-ended amount of time. And I loved Canada when I was younger because it was a nice country. I went to Toronto where I've got cousins and an auntie and an uncle who's no longer with us, but at the time, you know. And it was a beautiful city, really clean and beautiful skyline, and you know, I really liked it. And then I went again 10 years later for a cousin's wedding, and I was looking around going, what's happened to this place. It was no longer clean. It was all ugly, and the skyline had just been completely destroyed by random blocks of concrete and skyscrapers and stuff that all looked horrible. And I was like, this isn't how I remember it, but didn't really think much of it. But anyway, because of the positive experiences as a kid, I really liked Canada still. But then when I went back last year to travel around Canada, my God, man, it's like, how bad can capitalist economy get? And it's well on its way to being as pretty much as bad as it can get over there now. There's homeless people everywhere, people like, you know, with nothing to do other than to get high on the street all day, next to, you know, businessmen walking around in suits looking all smug with their lives in their big glass towers. This is in Calgary, by the way, which is actually, so I heard, one of the least problematic cities in the country now. And just the whole atmosphere, even though I went with a really positive attitude, was just shockingly bad. Shockingly bad. You know, the first morning there, I went for a walk by the river, like a long walk around the city. And I was just like, another homeless person, another person that looks like he's about to fall in the river because he's high and smashed off his face at like 11 in the morning. You know, some woman like just dragging a tent along. You know, another little homeless camp, another homeless camp, another homeless camp. And then you've got like rich people like jogging by them all by the river. And you're like, what the fuck is this? How are people living like this? Not only that, everything's really bad quality. The buses are really old. Like, nothing's like clean and good quality. They're putting up like cheap new condos and stuff made out of chipboard next to the river and selling it for as much as they can. And yeah, so everything's really bad quality and everything's super expensive. The hostel I was staying in was like £35 per night for a bunk bed in a room sharing with 14 other people or 13 other people, you know, and it's like, this is ridiculous. And then I was like, maybe I'll just escape to the country, you know, to the countryside and see some of the, you know, the land. And then I was looking into that and I found out in any national park there, you have to pay to go in per day. It's like $15 per day to be there. I was like, what? They're selling nature now to people? And then I looked on some forums and people are defending it, going, yeah, well, you know, people need to run the facilities and the toilets and stuff like this. And it's like, dude, come on, think about things. And I'm thinking you should come to Britain where you can go to national parks for free and there are free toilets to use, you know? Like, why? Because, I don't know, because we invest in it? Yeah, it's just this mindset of how much profit can you make from anything, like literally anything. The natural world, any sort of a little bunk bed here, you know, and then you've got homeless people that can't afford anything and house prices that are through the roof and nothing's invested in, so everything's bad quality. The roads are terrible quality, you know, there's like construction work forever going on, but no one's actually doing any work. It's like, and the whole place just made me depressed, so like more depressed than I was before I went. So at least that gave me a little bit of appreciation for the UK, even though that's on the same downward trajectory as everything else. It's just Canada's gone downhill so quickly. It's just a horrible place now. And it's such a shame. You know, they have, it's not like they have a shortage of land, you know what I mean? And there's homeless people wandering the streets with nothing to do. Everything's too expensive for them. It's just I just wanted to scream in the middle of the city, yo, everyone, look around you. Take stock of what you're a part of. Don't you think we could be doing something better with our time? Huh? Yeah, exactly. And I really wanted to see the nature and I really wanted to travel around. But out of principle, I was not going to pay to see the land, you know, just to be there. You know what I mean? It's just... Because if you do, and you start defending it, then you're part of the problem, you know? It's like I couldn't work in business anymore because I could see the context, I could see what I was a part of, and if I kept doing it, not only would it gradually erode my soul, I would be part of the problem. I would be subscribing to it. So I couldn't, you know, I can't live with myself if I just put up with it and do it anyway. You know what I mean? Because I know that is the only reason, people doing that is the only reason that it's a problem in the first place. And I'd love to go to America and see all the land there, but yeah, I can't imagine it's any better than Canada. Maybe slightly, but again, on the same... It's just capitalism, right? It's just eroding the planet and humanity for the sake of profit and money, which are things that don't exist except in our collective imagination. And it's like it's not even meaningless. I mean, it is meaningless, but it's worse than meaningless because it's just damaging. Like, it's damaging while also pretending to be okay. You know what I mean? Sacrifices, for example, going with the system to some degree. But that's the problem. That's exactly the problem. The reason the system is like it is because everyone thinks like that. To change the system, you need to divorce yourself completely from the system and look at it fully objectively. I mean, I've gone through this in my head so many times because people say, you know, you can only change the system from within. But I think that's completely wrong. Because how can you change a system while creating that system? While perpetuating that system? You have to take yourself out of the system to see alternatives and to no longer rely on that system in order to change it. Otherwise it's unchangeable because everyone relies on it. You know what I mean? And again, that's the reason the system perpetuates and doesn't change. Because everyone thinks, oh, we've got to work with what we've got, right? You know, because at least we're not barbarians anymore. That sort of age-old argument for capitalism. You know, at least it's better than the alternatives. Well, I mean, you're not considering all the alternatives. because your mindset is stuck in that system. You have to think objectively about things in order to really appreciate the alternatives. If you don't think money can't exist, even though it doesn't exist, except in our collective imaginations, just like nations and borders, they don't exist in reality, except in our collective imaginations, right? You can't change those things if you believe that they are part of an unchanging reality. It doesn't work in your mind, in your head. If you think money always has to exist, how can you consider alternatives where money doesn't exist? You know what I mean? That's the best way to like simplify it. If you think borders and nations exist in reality, then how can you imagine a world without borders and nations? You know, you can't, because you can't balance that equation. But what you can do is step out of that context and that mental trap, that perspective, and then you can go, oh yeah, those things don't actually exist, so we can consider alternatives. But that's the only way you can consider alternatives. Like, really, in a meaningful way. So yeah, that's a standard argument, is you have to change the system from within, but that's incorrect. You can't change the system from within, because if you're in the system, you are creating the system, and you are perpetuating that system by virtue of being in that system. Yeah, well, that's another big barrier to it. It's like, how can you get everyone to change their mind? And that's what I want to try to do. Is like, it's easy. First, you highlight that fact that money doesn't exist, that borders and nations don't exist, except in our minds, which is a fact. Once that realization sets in, then you can say, okay, so here are the alternatives, right? And then you can start exploring alternatives and trying alternatives. Yeah, the world is horrible and we're still just living the lie that everything's okay. Which is exactly why we have a mental health epidemic and depression left, right and centre, and people going off the rails and shooting up school children and driving into crowds in Germany. You know, why else do you think that behaviour is there? Because people just get so disillusioned with reality because the way we live isn't in any way truly connected to reality. That obviously, and if people don't see why they feel so fucked up, that being the reason, then they're just going to go off the rails. People are going to kill themselves, they're going to kill other people, they're going to just, you know, blow shit up. They're going to find meaning in ridiculous ideologies and belief systems because they feel like they have no other choice. And a human mind needs something to hold on to, even if it's pure evil, you know? And that's exactly how I felt in Canada. I was just walking around the streets going, what the fuck are all these human beings doing? And they don't even fucking realize it. That they're doing nothing meaningful. The world is crumbling around them. Everything's getting more expensive, quotes, because, again, money, you know. doesn't exist, but if you're in that perspective, you know. And like I say, the only way I see forward is connecting people on the internet, taking money out of the equation. Like, me here trying to make a community, starting with people like you and Crunchy, I would never, ever, ever be doing this for money, for my own comfort or for selfish reasons. Because as soon as I'm doing this for money and thinking, eventually I want you to sub to me, right? The whole enterprise is immediately corrupt. It immediately loses any genuine, true, good, meaningful purpose. Do you see how, like, money just taints everything in that way? So I want to ask people, like, if you could wake up tomorrow and do whatever you wanted to do, and money was no object, money just doesn't exist anymore, just imagine for a second, what would you want to go out and do? And you might say, well, I certainly wouldn't go to work, I would take some time off, you know. And then I'd say, yeah, fair enough, you know, take some time off, chill, do whatever. But when you get bored, what do you really want to do? Or think back for when you were a kid, what your passions were, what your curiosity was before it was destroyed by the education system. You know, where do your real passions lie? What do you want to do with your one and only life on planet Earth? How do you want to spend it? What do you want out of life, given that you've only got one life, as you currently are, as far as we understand things? How do you want to spend your time here on Earth, in this form of existence that you currently occupy? Eat more chocolate. Yeah, okay, so when you get fat and sick of chocolate, what do you want to do then? Then you might say, well, I want to be fit. As a kid, eat more chocolate, you'll die happy. Yeah. I beg to disagree. You can try it if you want, but come back to me in a month when you're sick, spotty, you know, unfit. You'd have no friends because you didn't share your chocolate with them, you know. Now what do you want to do? If you're still alive. A good way to imagine it and put it in perspective is, like, if you look at a baby or a young kid, how curious they are. They're just like, oh my god, this reality is incredible. Like, look at that light, look at these colors, look at this texture, like putting things in their mouths, going, you know, exploring. Everything's fascinating. Everything's incredible. Everything's new. Everything's exciting. And then you look at an adult who's just like pulling their hair out, stressed about money and hates their job and just wants to watch Netflix and eat chocolate and pizza. And you think, what the fuck happened to that human being? Going from a creature like that, full of curiosity and passion and excitement about reality to someone who just wants to escape it, well, surely we're doing something wrong here. Surely we could be doing something different that helps foster and keep that curiosity and passion for whatever this reality, whatever this life that we are blessed with, like lucky to be experiencing. Because life on Earth didn't need to evolve into humanity. And yet we are humans, which is pretty incredible. And what are we doing with it? We're trying to escape that reality? No, we're trying to escape the reality that we are creating for ourselves. And if we're creating it, whose responsibility is it to change it? Ours, right? Mine, yours, everyone's. Because no one else and nothing else is going to change it, other than maybe an asteroid wiping out life on Earth. That would change it. But as long as we are alive on Earth, creating our society and the way we live, only we can change it. Yeah, exactly. Isn't it weird how we imagine an asteroid hitting Earth, wiping out life on Earth, and most of us would say, oh, that would be good. Whoa, why do we want that? Whoa. Let's hold up. Something's seriously wrong if any of us think that that could be a good thing. Whoa, okay, let's stop. Let's talk about this. If anyone thinks an asteroid hitting Earth and wiping out humanity could be a good thing, we really need to start having some meaningful conversations about how to change things. Because if anyone feels that way, and trust me, I've felt that way a lot. If anyone feels that way, there's something seriously wrong with how we are organising ourselves. And the only way to change it is do it ourselves. And the only way that's going to happen is if we take responsibility for changing it ourselves. And the only way that's going to happen is if we stop deferring that responsibility onto world leaders and tax systems and things we don't agree with, but we obey obediently without questioning every day. If you go through your life complaining about how things are, and you're making things how things are every day, are you going to be depressed? Of course you are. How are you going to be happy with that? Oh, it would be better if things were like this, wouldn't it? Yeah, well, why don't you make things like that then? Oh, I can't. I'm just one person in a million. Yeah, but if everyone says that and keeps doing it, things are never going to change. What can I do? Everyone's going to be doing this. No, just think about it carefully. You have to change. If you want the world to change. You have to change. I have to change. Everyone has to change what they're doing. I've left work. I'm now losing money. I'm, sacrificing my money which doesn't exist, and I would happily give it all up in a second Everything I own I would give up in a second if I could have a meaningful life that made sense in a society that made sense. How about you? Would you? Would you do that? Would you trade in all of your material possessions and your money and things that don't exist like that for a different system, for a different way of life that gave you a fulfilling, meaningful purpose and where you could do anything you wanted? Obviously within reason. You would go for it. I would. I'm sure a lot of people would. The problem is no one thinks that's possible. So the first thing to change is communicate the fact that it is possible, and the only way to actually make it a reality is to make it a reality. All we have to do is make it a reality. And as long as we're not making it a reality, we're still going to be living in this disillusioned, disconnected world where nothing makes sense and everyone hates their lives, for the most part. Which is a dumbass way to spend your only life as a human being on Earth. In my opinion, that's just what I think. I think that's dumb. I think that's a complete waste of everyone's time, and it's a waste of, as far as we understand it, the pinnacle of evolution in the universe. What a fucking waste, man. How many human lives have been wasted in pursuit of things that don't exist? Like profit, like expanding borders, like the illusion of power for a few people at the top of some imaginary power structure. It's daunting when you think about how many human lives have been wasted. And that includes the people in power at the top, the richest. Their lives are being wasted too, for the same reasons. They might think they're happy in their yachts and their big houses and their private jets, but they're not. They could be living a much more meaningful, fulfilling life too. You know, Trump wouldn't need a ridiculous comb over. He would be happy the way he was naturally, or how you know, wouldn't need orange skin or whatever the fuck he's doing with himself. No one would need fashion and beauty accessories because everyone would just be like doing something more meaningful than trying to make themselves look pretty and making themselves look absolutely disgusting in the process with ridiculous balloon breasts and fucking butt lifts and God knows what else people are doing to themselves in search for some sort of, quote, happiness. I tell you what, if you're doing that to yourself, you are far from happy and fulfilled, my friend. No matter what you tell yourself. Oh, but I like makeup, it makes me feel good. Okay, let's unpack that for a second. Caking your face with beauty products every morning makes you feel good. Okay. So without doing that, you feel bad. Okay. Why do you feel bad without doing that? Because everyone else looks pretty with their makeup and their big boobs, and I need to look like that too because I have no self-worth. Okay, now we're getting to the real issue here. You know. Now we're getting somewhere. Why do you have no self-worth? could it be that there's this weird narrative around the way people should look in order to be acceptable and quotes beautiful? Where's that coming from? Well, there's this thing called the beauty industry, and it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry, and lots of people's careers depend on it, and there's lots of money, and it's good for GDP and economic growth and blah, 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 blah. Okay, now we're getting to the real issue. So you've been made to feel bad by this thing called the beauty industry. What's that in service of? Money, profit, power. I'm beginning to see another issue with the system. I don't know about you, but I think we might be approaching a root cause to your need for beauty products. Maybe we should change that so that you wake up in the morning and don't feel like you need to cake yourself with products and make your boobs bigger and lift your butt like artificially to give yourself self-worth. Maybe we should do things differently. Yeah, and you know what? People admitting and accepting that, it's tough, because my first long-term girlfriend, I remember shortly after we first got together, I think she was going out for like a run and maybe to a shop or something in the morning, and she started putting makeup on, and I was like, why are you putting makeup on? You look gorgeous. You look stunning. You're beautiful. Like, why are you doing that? And just the mere questioning of it made her cry, because she was so married to the idea that her self-worth and her being okay with herself depended on this makeup. Whereas for me, from my perspective, it made her look worse. Whenever I kissed her, I ended up with loads of fucking shit caked onto my lips, which I had to wash off because of all the foundation or whatever the fuck she was putting on her face, you know? And just through the mere question, not only questioning it, giving her what should have been the highest possible compliment that a girl can receive. You look gorgeous without makeup, and you don't need it at all. But that wasn't enough to make her think differently. And I never got around it with her. Little wonder why we ended up, not staying together after 4 or 5 years, but I guess at the time I had hope that I could save her. I tried to fix her, but I failed, And it's not even like I tried to change her. It was like a real realization that, you can't pay your partner the best possible compliment. They can't take it because they rely on these beauty products. Their meaning and their quotes fake fulfillment and being okay with themselves depends so intrinsically on something external and material. It's scary stuff, man. It's really scary stuff. Really scary stuff, and that's how ingrained the issues are, and you have to be aware of that. But what nobody should do is accept it and say, well, you know, we've got to work with the system. Don't question people if they use makeup. It's their free choice to do so. Is it? Is it their free choice, or have they been conditioned almost beyond repair to rely on this stuff for their perceived, quotes, emotional well-being? Is it real emotional well-being? Or is it illusory well-being? I think I know the answer. What do you think? And that's just one industry living a lie. Not only living a lie, perpetuating a lie to the whole world, destroying basically every female life they can, damaging it horrendously because they want to sell their products to make money. And this girl, shout out Kate, I loved you, by the way. It's so horrible that that happened to you and everyone else out there under the influence of the beauty industry. She used to read magazines, trashy magazines, right? Like Hello magazine and Glamour and all of this shit. So it wasn't hard to see where the conditioning was coming from. But even if she wasn't reading these magazines, it's just everywhere, right? It's in the ether. You see an advert when you walk down the street and it's got some, quotes, beautiful model on it with makeup and it's advertising lipstick. You know, it's just fucking everywhere, that this conditioning. That people need to look a certain way in order for them to be okay. In order for them to be acceptable, in order for them to possibly be loved. Exactly, and now you've got TikTok and all the social media influencers and stuff. It's attacking kids from an even younger age, like you say. Kids all have their mobiles now, and it's not billboards on streets anymore that you can actually not walk past and not see. Now it's like kids have access to everything, all of this shit, on their screen, in their pocket, anytime they want it. No wonder we're taking a nosedive into the deep depths of depravity, right? In the name of money. So here's an idea. Let's take money out of the equation. And then it would be incredible to see all of this not only meaningless activity, but damaging activity, such as the beauty industry. One example of many. Like, how quickly they would crumble. If they made no money out of destroying people's lives and selling these shitty products, would they keep doing it? I don't think so. You can keep doing that if you want, but you're not going to gain any power or anything from it. Would they keep doing it? I don't think they would. Of course, I mean, who would? It's stupid. If you take money out of the equation, it's like, then you start seeing what the beauty industry's doing, you're like, okay, why the hell are you making people feel bad about themselves unless they use this product that you're making? You're not gaining anything from it. What the fuck are you doing? That's ridiculous. Okay, so instead we have to, I suppose, come up with a different reward system, right? If we see money as a reward system, i.e. you gain power if you make money. Power to what? Consume and manipulate people. Okay, well, that's not a good reward system because that will corrupt people. Because ooh, I can I can buy whatever I want. I can do whatever I want now, and I can make other people do things for me by giving them some of this power that I've accumulated. Okay, that's all gone. Now you have no power. What do you want to do? You have no power in that sense. But what you do have is the opportunity to do anything you really want to in this life. Do I understand German well? No, I wouldn't say well. Sometimes I can get by if people speak slowly and simply. There's a really nice cat that lives around here who I love. I still haven't met the owner. I'm not even sure. Yeah, I don't really know where she comes from, but we made friends many years ago when I did live here, and now that I'm back, she's still around, and we were hanging out in the garden yesterday. And I started speaking German to her randomly. It happens sometimes, because I had had an ex-girlfriend that's German. Okay, I'll save that for later. But the point is we need to get creative. Okay, yeah, I'll give it a try. Thanks, dude. I've got a tab open with it now. So we need to think of a different reward system. So you might say, okay, well, without money, what would motivate people to do stuff? Okay, so the current motivation is you do things and you gain power to consume and manipulate other people. What would be a better reward system and motivator for activity? Okay, you can do whatever you want, whatever you're passionate about. You have the opportunity to do anything. So for me, for example, I'd be like, okay, great, show me the people who are interested in the organization of human activity and global society, because that's what I'm really interested in, right? What's the best way forward for humanity? I love big picture stuff. I want to work with people doing that and coming up with these ideas, trying different policies, constantly reviewing them, never being slaves to them, and never being sort of, married to the ideas, just true philosophy, right? True philosophical, meaningful, organizational, global society, big picture stuff. That's what, curiosity, right? So you think, okay, it's easy to motivate people because people naturally have curiosity, passions, desires, drives, right? The things we destroy with the monetary system for the most part and replace with meaningless activities like consumption, escaping reality, putting on makeup, all of that shit. So we have natural motivations. And, statistically around 3% of the population have natural motivations to kill other people. Psychopaths, for example. Okay, but 97% of the population can deal with 3% that go wrong. Some people will have the curiosity, passion, desire, and interest and motivation naturally to investigate such anomalies in the human condition, right? Me included. I used to work in mental health. I worked for a mental health charity. I've done a counselling course at college. I've been a client for counselling, and I've offered counselling to other people. It's very fascinating. I love that stuff. So we're going to have plenty of people motivated to try to understand evil within society, right? And if all else fails and a few people still want to run around murdering people, the best we can do is give them the most humane death possible and remove them from society. That just makes sense. It's not evil. We've tried our best to help them. All of our best experts who are naturally curious and passionate about helping people and mental health and looking into these issues like a lack of compassion and a lack of empathy within people. We've tried everything. They still just want to run around killing other people. We can't let that happen, obviously, because, 97% of us agreed that we don't want to kill each other. So we let them down in the most humane way possible, right? If all else fails. And we could have other potentials. You could be like, okay, if 3% of the population just want to murder each other, put them on a little island somewhere and say, there you go, have at it. See who survives. It could even be a form of entertainment for us, like Hunger Games, you know what I mean? Like gladiators. Look, we've tried to help these people, they're just naturally aggressive, they just want to kill each other. For anyone who isn't like that but has some kind of interesting, weird fetish about watching other people attack each other, put it on TV if you want. I don't care, there'll be people passionate about that too. You can go and do that, fine, go and do it. As long as you don't infringe on other people's rights to follow their passion and curiosity in life and do what they want to do. Go for it. There's going to be so many people interested, passionate about developing technologies, looking into science, research, space travel, psychedelics, like looking inward, meditation, construction, engineering, like making shit better, like fitting in with the environment, protecting the environment, like making life better in every direction you look. Like, just think of what we could do if we weren't all fucked by a monetary system that doesn't make sense and destroys all that natural curiosity and motivation. Just imagine. And then realize that it's actually possible. Because I bet you most people, like you and me, would give up this life and try that one. If they only thought it was a possibility. It is a possibility. The only reason it's not is because you don't believe it's a possibility. That's the only reason. But where would people live? Who would live in the biggest houses and all of this? Well, if you're interested in where people should live and how to organize the world in terms of geography and where the best place for scientists to be and where the best place for mental health professionals to be and where the best place for the criminals to be, go in, do that. Do that. Because that's a very interesting problem. And if you're interested in solving it, let's hear your ideas, And if you're concerned about that, but you don't want to be involved in it and you'd rather bake cakes because you love baking, go and do that and keep tabs on the people that are organizing, the geography and where people are and how to organize the land masses on Earth and where the best place for different activities are. You can keep tabs on it because the information is readily available. Nothing's hidden. Everything's transparent. There's no misinformation because no money's being made anymore for no reason. You can be interested in all sorts of things, but not do it as your primary passion and activity. Where do I rank faith in this? I mean, people are free to believe whatever they want to believe, as long as it doesn't damage other people's opportunity to live a meaningful, productive life. Thanks for the mod duties. Bye bye bot. Do you have a concern about faith? I'd love to hear it. If people want to practice religion, of course they can do that. If people want to practice a religion where they want to kill half of the world because they don't agree with that religion, that's not okay. Obviously. Then we're into the small part of the population. It's like, okay, if we want to start with a real democracy, the first vote is, do you want to live or do you want to die? Okay, like 98% of the world has voted. They want to live. Okay. So we're going to focus on living. Let's all agree, right? So if anyone wants to kill other people, okay, who wants to deal with that, you know? Well, like I said, mental health professionals. Try to help these people. You know, most of us want to live and live productive lives. You just want to kill people. You're an outlier. We're going to, you know, we're not just going to, like, kill you and hate you immediately. We're going to find you interesting and be like, do you really want to kill people? Is there something going wrong here? Can we help you at all? No, you just want to kill people? Okay, well, we're going to have to deal with you somehow. Either by putting you on a battle royale island, where we can watch you try to kill other people that just want to kill people. For our own entertainment, if you want. If you're interested in that. Or you can try and come and play with the other 98% of us who want to be meaningfully productive and live, you know, lives in peace. But I digress. Faith. The point is, yeah, do you have a problem with faith? The art of it we have currently don't like. What don't you like about faith? Like any religion, or what do you mean? And also, I guess, what do you mean by faith? It's quite a general term, right? Like, I like to think that I have faith in humanity, even though it's often challenged. But I have faith. If I didn't have faith in humanity, there would literally be no point living anymore, and that was where I was recently with the depths of my depression, you could say. You mean religion? Yeah, okay. Well, again, I would argue, I would predict that in a different world, like the one I'm describing, where everyone gets to follow their curiosity and passion and live meaningfully productive lives to the betterment of their own life and everyone around them and everything around them, doing whatever they're interested in at any point, and they can change at any time, you know, find their passion. They don't ever get stuck in one career and then no longer are considered for other careers, because that's all monetary based and that's all our current system, so take yourself out of that. If everyone has the opportunity to do whatever they want and live a meaningful, productive, fulfilling life with like-minded people doing similar things that they're interested in, with meaningful friendships and relationships that will naturally develop because of that. And also frictions, you know, because people argue and stuff, but that's okay. You know, it's not going to be perfect, but we might as well tend towards perfection, right? In such a society, I don't think there would be much need for religion anymore. That's my prediction. Because if anyone's truly interested in, quotes, religion, what we mean by it now, there would be people exploring philosophically, theologically, ideas around theology, right? you could, if you really wanted, you could imagine people like getting together and talking about whether there's a god or not, right? But I don't know if they had the opportunity to be doing something else. I'm not sure how long that would last. Do you know what I mean? I think people are often attached to religion the same way they are attached to chocolate, pizza, and Netflix. It gives them a quote, meaningful escape from reality. It gives them hope that after this shitty life, they will live in eternal peace in heaven. The problem with it is it's just another form of escapism in its current form, right? It's another form of keeping the system the way it is. Because, you know, I'm a good Christian. I go to church every day. I'm gonna every week. I'm gonna be going to heaven when I die. So it doesn't matter that I work in health insurance, profiting from people's misfortune. You know, I've balanced it out because I'm a good Christian. But again, it's just part of the meaningless system. Now, spirituality, whether we are living in a simulation, whether part of us lives on after death, these are all very interesting, meaningful questions for the philosophers, right? And I loved talking about this when I was studying philosophy and thinking about it in general throughout my life, because it's interesting to think about. And I think there'll be plenty of people doing that in the new world. But religion as it currently is, I don't think there'll be any need for it anymore, because people will be happy. Happiness is a weird term. People will be fulfilled and have meaningful purpose in their life on Earth. This is what... There are good lessons from religion, like heaven and hell is on Earth. And that's all we need to be worried about. We can make heaven on Earth, or we can make hell on Earth. Hell on Earth would be like Nazi Germany for the Jews, for example. But also for the perpetrators, because, you know, it's not good for them to be evil either. They you know, unless they're part of the 3% sick, sociopath, psychopathic sort of people. For the most part, people would have just been going along with Nazi Germany out of fear for their own life, right? And that's not a good way for anyone to live. So we can make hell on Earth, like Nazi Germany, like Stalinist Russia, like Canada now, to a much lesser degree, obviously. Or we can make heaven on Earth, which is what I'm trying to describe. Religion as it's currently practiced, if we are doing the right thing on Earth, won't need to be practiced as it currently is. I mean, there's an interesting thought I came across from a podcaster, a British podcaster, I've forgotten his name now, but he was saying, I can't appreciate the beauty of a church or a cathedral when I turn around and I see a homeless person across the street from it. Because you have this beautiful architecture, this well-maintained building with a lot of money and power behind it. And then you've got the guy on the street struggling to make ends meet and wondering where his next meal is coming from, with no opportunity to make his life better. Or make other people's lives better. With no opportunity to live a meaningful life anymore because he can't get a job, because he doesn't have an address, etc, etc, etc. So yeah. But that would all fall apart. That would all unravel as an unnecessary failure of previous of a previous instantiation of human society, and instead we could make everything beautiful, and that homeless guy wouldn't be there anymore because instead he's studying physics in Africa or whatever it is, whatever he wants to do. You know what I mean? We could make everything beautiful. Doesn't have to just be churches. We don't need to build concrete, glass, ugly-ass skyscrapers as cheaply as possible to make as much money per square foot, per apartment, or whatever the fuck it is, as possible. If we make a building, it will be fit for purpose and it can look as good as it can using the best possible materials available to humanity, and everyone would know why it's there, and it would have meaning beyond the fake meaning of it generates this much profit per year. So I would predict that if we do tend towards heaven on earth instead of hell on earth, somewhat ironically, religion would cease to exist in its current form because it would no longer be required for, quotes, illusory human well-being. And instead, we would have people fascinated and interested and naturally curious and motivated to explore the potential for some kind of human spirit that may live on after death, or whether we are actually part of a simulation, in which case they might start studying computer simulations and physics as part of their natural curiosity towards whether spirituality is real, which is all very interesting and useful information for humanity to try to add to its collection of information, you know, as we explore the universe together in peace. So I guess that's my take on faith and religion as you currently mean it. Does that make sense? I really don't think there would be any need for practicing religion as we currently do, because people wouldn't need to do that. Start with a podcast to change the world. That's kind of what I'm doing right now, right? At least this is being saved on Twitch and will be saved on YouTube. This was kind of my hope, that to begin with, I would start having a meaningful conversation with other human beings, no matter where they are in the world. And from that, potentially, they might then go say, hey, there's this interesting community starting to develop on Twitch. If you're, not happy with your job and you're depressed, as I know you are, my friend, how about you join him every morning on Twitch to discuss these things? Because the more people do that, the more likely and the quicker it will be to actually change the world to the benefit of everybody. Yeah, I upload all my Twitch VODs to YouTube, yeah. Every Sunday I have a reminder in my calendar. Just in case I miss one. And if you need a face to go with this voice, here it is. The face of God. Or the face of Sekiro, at least. Yeah, I don't think anyone needs. And I don't think my face needs. I don't think a face needs to be on camera. I think if anything, that's probably distracting, right? Like I said to you, I was thinking that's probably the way to go. But then I thought, is it necessary? What we need to be doing is discussing ideas and ways forward. If I put my face on, I'm going to be worried about how I look, so I'm going to start acting differently. People are going to have the potential to prejudge me based on my appearance and then disappear and not hear maybe an important conversation that they otherwise would have heard that would then get them thinking about the state of the world and what they can do to make it a better place, etc., etc. And I'm not saying I'll never reveal my face, it's besides the point. The point here is ideas, meaningful ways forward for humanity is what we should be focused on. And that's easier to do when your attention is drawn most to the ideas and the conversation and the meaning behind that versus any other distraction, visually or otherwise, that might invade your attention and distract your attention away from the meaningful ideas that are being discussed. And you know, it's not a bad backdrop, that's a beautiful view, isn't it? You've got trees, you've got mountains, you've got a kite with a weird guy ready to fall down and go, "Arr!" You know? Not exactly a bad thing to be on screen. Kind of like Canada, don't remind me, dude. Man, I would have loved to explore Canada if the society didn't just immediately depress me. Maybe one day I'll get to go back and enjoy the place and maybe even contribute to it, because I'll be free to be there as long as I want and contribute however I want in a meaningful way with other human beings doing interesting things and join in with whatever I want to join in with. Instead of going, oh, can I afford this? This is so expensive. I have to pay to go and see that mountain. What the fuck? What the fuck? Because that's what happened last time. So yeah, I guess my challenge to you is, if you know anybody, if you have friends, if you have colleagues, you know, if you want to contribute to this, the best way you can contribute is to spread the word. It's that easy. Start talking about it. Start talking about the ideas. Mention this stream. Say that, don't worry, he's not someone who'll be after your subs or your money. He will never ask for money. And if he does, he's even told me to stop listening to him. This is me telling you, stop listening to me if I ever say, give me a sub. That is the immediate black red flag to say, oh shit, he's been corrupted. He's in it for the money now. And this is the problem when I see very meaningful conversations on podcasts. Like a few weeks ago, I watched Jordan Peterson speaking to Russell Brand. They were talking about self-sacrifice, the ideas that they've got from Christianity. Very meaningful ways for humanity to analyze itself. You know, a fantastic conversation. What was wrong with it? Every half hour there would be a baked-in sponsorship advert. On top of that, if I didn't have an ad blocker, I would be getting ads left, right and centre from YouTube. Jordan Peterson's already very rich, so is Russell Brand. Despite that, Jordan Peterson still puts a lot of his content behind paywalls. And it doesn't add up. if he really cared about self-sacrifice and making the world a better place, wouldn't he say, look, I don't need money anymore, I'm going to disseminate this information as far and wide as I can and make it freely available to as many people as I possibly can, and reduce the ads and the distractions from it as much as I possibly can, because me, my family, and my children are set for life because we have millions and millions of dollars and could afford to eat $100 worth of steak every day each. Where's the self-sacrifice in that? Exactly. And I left a comment on that YouTube video. I'm like, it baffles me how people like Jordan can have meaningful conversations about self-sacrifice like this, be as rich as they are monetarily, and still be chasing every single dollar they can through ad revenue and putting half of their content behind paywalls. Are you fucking serious? Do you not see yourself? Have you looked at yourself in the mirror recently? How do you sleep at night, sir? Talk about the irony and the and hypocrisy, right? That's insane to me. So not only have you had a meaningful conversation that I suggest everyone should listen to, because it's very good, meaningful, important ways to think about ourselves. At the same time, you've just destroyed that message by trying to make as much money as you can from it. You've commoditized an idea about not commoditizing things, not commodifying things, whatever the word is. You know what I mean? You've just fucked yourself over. It's incredible. The mind boggles. The cognitive dissonance is astonishing. And all he has to do, if he really wants to change the world, he's in a fantastic position to do so, because he's got like 10 million subscribers on YouTube and whatever the fuck, you know, a big following. But instead he's just at the same time he's giving the right message and he's given completely the wrong message at the same time. And it's astonishing to me how that's possible for a well-trained, well-experienced doctor in psychology, for a start. It's like, have you analysed yourself recently, Jordan? Like, seriously, dude, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Don't you see what you're doing? And I just said, how he balances that equation in his head, I'll never understand. And of course, the comment was ignored. No one else commented on it. But, you know, he's probably paying someone to go through the comments and... Yeah, don't tell me about the ones that question my methods, please. Thank you. I don't know what the fuck. It's just astonishing, dude. And that simultaneously bolsters my faith in humanity that at least some people are having these meaningful conversations that need to be had, where we can learn a lot about ourselves and how to move forward as a society globally. But while they're doing that, they are fully contributing and fully causing the issues that they want to address. It's just... Every time I think about it, my head wants to explode, because it just doesn't work. It doesn't make sense. It's so baffling to be on the right track and be on the completely the wrong track at exactly the same time. Like, how does that work? It's like imagining a train traveling at 100 miles an hour in both directions, opposite directions, simultaneously. It just doesn't compute. It doesn't work. It's not possible, and yet it's there for everyone to see on YouTube. How does this happen? How? It's like the pinnacle of the cognitive dissonance in society, right? It has to be. It's like simultaneously trying to do the right thing while doing exactly the thing that goes against it in every way possible. It's like and contributes to the problem in the first place. It's like saying, right, I'm here to solve the problem. What problem? The problem I'm making. But what did you just say? You're here to solve a problem. What problem? It's the problem that I'm creating a problem that I'm here to solve. Dude, you're killing me here. You're killing me. I don't know what you like. How are you doing this? How do you not see? How? It's like black and white. It's like good and evil. It's like light and dark. It's at the same time. It's implosion and explosion. It's help me, dude. Help me understand. Help me understand. How are you? How? How do you not see? It makes me want to laugh and cry at the same time. And I'm not kidding. That's how it makes me feel. It makes me want to laugh and cry at the same time. And it's interesting because I've been doing a lot of that more recently. Getting in touch with my emotions more, you know? How I can simultaneously feel joy and despair at the same time. It's like a rush of emotion, and it's both incredible divine joy, like you wouldn't imagine, and utter despair at the tragedy of humanity at the same time. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. 10 million subs, yeah. And I'm trying to point out the reality of it to them in a comment. And it's like, it's literally like standing in front of a massive building that's red, right? It's red. It's painted red, and then you've got millions of people pointing, looking at the building, pointing, saying, "Look, it's a blue building," and I'm in front of the building going, yo guys, listen to me, look, it's not blue, it's red. It's red, dude. Can't you see it? It's red. Please see that it's red. Please, what do I do? What can I do other than point out the reality? Please see the reality. That's how it feels, man. That's probably the best way I've managed to describe it. Oh no. One versus world. Do I want to see this? Yeah. That's a good one, yeah. Yes, you're all wrong. Look, it's a blue building. No, look, it's red. I swear to God, it's red. God help me. God, show them that it's red, please. And it just sums it all up, right? It sums up human society. The fact that we're just living a lie. The fact that we're just living under this illusion. And the only way forward is for people to see it. And what can I do if I recognize that that is the issue? How can I live with myself if I don't devote the rest of my life to at least trying to help people see reality? Yeah, I knew you'd bring up the fucking colorblind thing. You pedant. I was waiting for it. As soon as I brought colors into it, I was like, maybe they do truly see blue in their eyes. Yeah, I know you're joking, but it's hilarious because that's when I came up with that in my mind. I was immediately like, yeah, you know, seeing color is subjective, and maybe that's part of the problem, right? Maybe in the deep fundamental fabric of this reality that we live in, maybe reality is actually subjective. And quantum physics, at the deepest level of our understanding so far, shows us incredibly that reality changes when it's observed. So, but by the same token, that just lends credence to the idea that we can make reality how we want it to be. All we have to do is decide that it is that way. And we have heaven on earth instead of hell on earth. Because in an instant, all of those people could say, oh shit, yeah, the building is red. And then we can all get on with our lives, you know what I mean? Hey guys, he's right, it's red. We were wrong all along, it wasn't blue. Hallelujah. Let's move on. Right, what do we want to do now? Now we've gotten over that issue. You know. But if reality really is controlled by subjective perspective and observation, how can we all agree on a reality together, right? Yeah, no worries, mate. I think that's been a good enough rant for a while. I'll probably have a break and play some more games. But thanks for some more material. At least I can try to cut this video at some point on YouTube and you know, make a nice title and say streamer tries to point out reality to the world or something, and then maybe someone will watch it, who knows? Or rather listen to it, because that's the important thing. Yeah, thanks for being there, mate. Have a lovely day. And I'll see you soon. Take care of yourself and spread the word. Spread the word in your meetings. Don't live a lie. Don't live a lie. Be real, my man. Be real. Bring everyone on board. The building's red, not blue. Let's go. I just thought to myself, the next time someone asks me what I do, should I say I'm like an online influencer or something? Can I be considered an online influencer when I have no viewers? Or when I'm not trying to make money through influencing and instead trying to create heaven on earth through influencing? The term influencer has those negative connotations attached to it now, right? Because people have called themselves social media influencers. And what they mean by that is walking, talking adverts for corporations. Oh god, we're fucked, aren't we? Right, maybe a break from ranting and play a bit more game. Much love to you all. Good luck to humanity.
狼、いやこれ、いや今、み足、
足の剣を参る。
その
お前さ
何手に
かしこそお前井戸底におるあの忍び
狼いやこれいや今いしまみあしほ
探せ
足の剣が参る。
破れられぬ。
ごその2
お前さ、
何手に
死ぬかし殺すんだ。お前さ、 我鬼は行分正隆なりせいては死ぬわっぱ鬼の首まだ落ちておらぬぞ行くぞ鬼影一郎様
ねずきなしおこねそどしょうゆこれはおうこ
死者 静まったようじゃな。賊め。
ありが
参る。忍びよ、再び間に合おうと。まだいいかも忍び。
おわまとったふひわお
できません。
ふしだおこのあ
この
して一心さん
みこさん落ちるしなそうしみこさんせ不思議
御人そこの御人
我が息子、その刀置いていけ。できん、愚かなり。
狼よ、我が血と共に生きてくれ。
我が息子、その刀置いていけ。できん、愚かなり。我が息子、その刀置いていけ。できぬ、愚かなり。
ひみわでわだぎゅはい。
シュラ。
再び修羅をやろうとはな。まだじゃ。
ど底におるあの忍び。
I can kill Ishin Hitless, but I can't jump in a fucking window. We're gaming.
ど底におるあの忍び。
行くぞ。
狼傷。いや、これ。いや、今、みあしほ、その。
すったね。お前。そ
足の剣よし。参る。
そのお前さし
何言う手に
進化しこずお前さんも我鬼は行分正隆なり先手は死ぬるパッパー
狼
戸底におるあの忍び。
おい。
飛ぶぞ。
狼キス。いや、これ。そ、いや、今、み、あ、そう。
足などに
破れられぬ。調子。
ごくさ。その 手にしかしこそお前さん我鬼は行分正隆なり鬼の首ま
び間に合えよう。
忍び我が身その刀置いていけ敵愚かなり刃などこの合衆には通じぬ。なぜそれを返さぬか。我が娘その刀置いていけ敵愚かなりロバート
ではい。
参る。シュラ。
再び修羅をやろうとはな。まだじゃ。セキロよってやれぬか。
Alright, I guess that's going to be it for today. Easy 4 hours 40 minutes, plus a first 40 minutes where I changed some settings and apparently maybe fixed all the stuttering issues. I hope. because for the past 4 hours 40 minutes the GPU utilization has been at around 40% constantly, all the time. I've never seen it so steady. I don't know if it's the fact that I've turned VSync off in NVIDIA settings for Sekiro, or if it's the new OBS, or a combination of the two. But I've never seen it so steady for an entire 5-hour stream, basically. So I'm hoping to flick through the VOD later and see absolutely no stuttering. Again, I don't want to speak too soon because I thought I'd fixed it before and then it came back. Like yesterday, for example, was like three hours of smooth followed by an hour of stutter at the end, so, or well, half an hour or something like that. But at that point, I noticed on the graph that it was kind of going a bit haywire and up to like 75% again. But I've never seen it so steady and consistent across such a long time. So with any luck, it's fixed. And maybe I'll even try going from the fractional value for the FPS in OBS back to just 60. Because currently my FPS setting in OBS is 59.9986 FPS. Obviously. Why wouldn't it be? No, that's to match my exact, or pretty much my exact refresh rate of the monitor when it's locked to 60. But I thought I needed VSync turned on with Sekiro, and I'm sure I'd tested it before with it off, and it made no difference. However, with it off, I don't see any tearing. It's just the same as with it on. So with any luck, everything's fine now, and I just shouldn't touch a single setting. Although I might, like I say, just change the FPS setting just for interest's sake. With the fear that that will break it somehow, and even if I put it back to the fractional value, we'll get the same issues coming back. But something's definitely different, and it's, yeah, smooth. If I stand in one spot like this, for example, like I was earlier talking to Derman for like an hour, I looked over at the graph and it was like 41, 42 next to Junichiro's thing, looking over the mountains for like the whole time, like almost like a rectangle, like the graph just isn't going up and down. And right now it's at 44%, 43%, 44%, just steady, not changing if I don't move. And that's what you want to see. That's what it should be like. It shouldn't be going up and down randomly, even if you're not doing anything different in the game. So fingers crossed, we are on a good way to resolving the random stuttering. Or we've resolved it. Dare I say it, my goodness. Anyway, I was hoping to catch Crunchy this morning, but it's 11:45. And Crunchy, if you watch this on the VOD, hi, I hope you're well. And the last time I spoke to you, you were asking if I was streaming earlier than usual. And I forgot to remind you that on Sunday, this last Sunday just gone, the clocks changed in the UK. So now, I will be, if your clocks have stayed the same, I will be streaming an hour earlier than what you're used to. Even if I'm streaming at the same time for us, because the clocks have changed. You know what I mean? Clocks have gone forward an hour here, which means I will be appearing an hour earlier in India. And I hope that doesn't mean that we miss each other most days, but for the time being I'm going to keep streaming at this time just because I'm enjoying getting up with the sun at about 6 in the morning and streaming for 4 to 5 hours. But you know, there are weekends, there are other days when I will catch you, I'm sure, no doubt. And if anyone else is watching, I hope you enjoyed the terrible gameplay. Actually, it wasn't too bad. I think I've basically decided not to do any more runs again because it just feels like a complete waste of time, and I get bored and I make stupid mistakes because I'm not focused and I'm not interested enough in what's going on. And then I obviously lack the consistency, and then I lose the enjoyment, and I get worse or get further away from getting the run than getting better, closer to getting the run. So what I think I'll go back to is just doing save states of all the bosses in a row, and maybe if I can do that 3 times or something in a row, back to back hitless, getting all the bosses in a row off save states, that's maybe when I should be going back to the run actually with the running sections and stuff, because at the moment it just feels like a waste of time, and it's making me bored and getting me hit more rather than less. So yeah, I think that's the best way forward. So that's what I'll probably do tomorrow. Or I'll buy Frostpunk and we'll play that, because Dermot suggested getting Frostpunk. And that could be a nice change of pace, because it's a completely different game and a style of game that I haven't played for a long time, so... And it relates to society and improving the world, right? It's that sort of, you build a society and you try to, you know, make people happy or whatever. I don't really know the game, like a survival city defense game or something, I don't know. But Dermot and I had a really nice long conversation this morning. Some important points were developed and discussed, and at some point I need to go back through these VODs and cut out these important conversations and make them standalone videos with different titles and in a different playlist, so it's not just a 4 or 5 hour Twitch VOD with some important conversation in it that no one will ever see because no one ever watches the archive of the VODs, you know what I mean? But with a snazzy title and its own playlist and a cut and edited video of the important conversations without lots of silence and music. Well, it won't be mute. That's the problem. I have music on stream but not on the videos, so the rest of the VOD is just silence and gameplay basically. And if someone's not interested in seeing my development over the last 2 months of Sekiro practice, it's like they're not going to find that stuff, and that stuff is the content that I actually want to promote, because that is the important stuff that we need to build the community with and move the world forward with. So maybe I can crack on with that this weekend or at some point. Regardless, it's going to go on YouTube, the VOD, so the material will always be there. I just need to extract it and make its own video out of it, basically. Figure out how to do that. Maybe I can do it on YouTube, maybe I have to download the video and do it, I don't know. Regardless, the audio and the conversation is the most important part. That's the material. So it doesn't really matter what's going on screen. It doesn't really matter that YouTube absolutely butchers Twitch VOD videos and makes them look horrible compared to how they look on Twitch through its excessive compression or whatever it is, because I'll largely just be standing still with a nice backdrop like this and it'll be all about listening to the conversation. The problem is you don't then see the chat. At some point what I'll have to do is add the chat to the screen, at least have an overlay where, so on the video, embedded in the video, you see what people are saying in the chat as well as listening to what I'm saying. Because at the moment, without that on screen, I basically have to remember to read out the chat so that it's sort of in the video with me saying it. So that's definitely a stream overlay thing that I'll need, is chat on screen. That's another thing I need to do. But that is way more important to me than hit counters and splits and my face being in the corner somewhere. You know, that's thousands of streamers before me have done that and are doing that. You know, that's not novel content. What is novel and important content is the conversations about the ideas that will help move society forward and make all of our lives better. That's the key goal. And that's going to be the focus. And Sekiro is just a distraction. And I still haven't done it, but it's fine. Like I say, that's not the main goal. So at least these conversations are being had and they are dotted around in the VODs, and I just need to extract them and focus the content onto those points. Anyway, there's a quick summary. Time for me to jump in a cold shower and wake up a bit. Sort myself out. Have the rest of my day. And I wish everyone the best if anyone's watching. And I wish everyone in the world the best, whoever isn't watching, which is most of the 8 billion people out there. Maybe one day most of us will be together, communicating. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Chaotic, you say? Nah, we'll figure out a way to organise it, don't worry. Alright guys, much love to you all. Take care. Be kind to each other. Choose love, not fear. And I'll be back tomorrow. Ciao for now.